hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Alright, give me one more second, chat. Okay, hello. Sorry about the wait. I had several extra things to do this morning that I remembered right after I hit my go live button. So, uh, thank you guys for hanging out and keeping me properly motivated to get shit done. There's me, and I exist. Hello. Researching gallium, which is fucking terrifying. I don't know what that is. Tell me more. Doing things, yeah. Morning, everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Quag caller to all of you. Quag Chad, if you nasty. Control, New Mexibed, Jester, Loading Screen, Erconium, Sen, Roddy, David, Civil, Glenny, Vendor Farming, oof. Tenor, how are you? Jaybridge, Brendan, JC, Stone Swan, Itsukato, Reckless Monster, Dill, how are you? Mackers, good to see you. Welcome back. Zank, hope you're great. Morning Raider, how are you? Jules, good to see you. Sora, hope you're well. Looks like mercury, except it's anathema to aluminum alloys. Imagine being able to crush a maglite in your hand. If a drop of this gallium hits it, disrupts the aluminum's crystalline structure and makes it brittle. Huh. That's pretty cool. Hey Al, how are you? Alright, 1 second. Let me hydrate properly. Science, yes. So. Hey Ferolio, how are you? Pup T, Quag Caller to you as well. Kevin. What? I just gave you water, bro. What are you doing? Hey, Control, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Look at this cat. Cat is a star animal over here. Me too. Me too. He's a good boy. He's just a good boy. So I went and, this morning, I finished the Chaos Climb on that gun build that I spent yesterday's stream progressing on. Tried out a couple different pieces of gear, moved around some stuff from some saves, did a very mild amount of inventory management, nowhere near enough. But I think we have a decent starting point to start building this up for actual endgame. I really want to lean into this this kettle drum as much as possible. This times 25 kettle drum.
She's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There it is.
And it comes from somewhere untainted by capitalism.
Is that space? Thank you again, Control. I appreciate it. 21 months of support. Unreal. Thank you. Jake, what are you doing? My cats are malfunctioning today. At work, just started finalizing yesterday's business day. I have roughly an hour to tune in. Have a great day. Yeah, same to you, Raider. I hope work goes well. Anyway. Turn that down slightly. Let's do the thing. So I managed to get enough gear to get good mag size here because I got really, really lucky with this purple.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Ducky.
Good morning, cuties and Rabbit, if he's around.
Thank you for the 19 months, Duck. I appreciate it. How you doing? How's the work schedule, etc., etc. How are your hands? Are you taking care of those for once? But thank you. I appreciate the continued support. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Crook. How are you? Missed yesterday's stream because fucking thing, so excited to learn a new build. It's not really a new build, Foster. It's the old build updated somewhat. Plate mail is still the big thing that I want new one of. I got this drop this morning. It's Stabo Spore. I want Spore Stabo. Also, the spell crit chance isn't really doing anything for me, but that does kind of make me think, what can I do with my spell slot here? I'm open to suggestions there. Reminder to remind me about something. I set a reminder on my phone to remind you to remind me rather than just saying what I need to remember. Oh. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. Let's test this in boss run real quick. Probably gonna do mostly featured today because I do want big crystal counts. Morning, Alan. How you doing? So I got enough mag size to get 3 shots in this kettle drum. And it's so nice. Cursed Wit with melee. An ascended green launcher. Yes. Rise Queen. I got her this morning, Roddy. Hands are fine, back is a bit hurdy-hurdy, but we shorten our opening hours next week since school starts to schedule more closely resemble something sane. That's something, at least. That's something. And I'm glad your hands are intact. I was gonna say something else. I lost my train of thought already. It'll come to me eventually. Man, Wastard is so free. Like... I'm just not gonna avoid his shit. I'm gonna see how that goes. I can't really see him. We grab the health vials. It'll survive the pet too. It's not like you can hit me. How am I? I'm doing well, Yanper. I'm doing well. Morning, Grasshopper. How are you? Finally made it to pretty much solid cab in every character in Destiny 2. Cool. Made to Chaos 34 with my Bereaver last night. I know my build is slowing down, kept running out of ammo versus Vorkanar and died 3 times, finally beat him on my last life. That is progress. And yeah, it's good to know where a build kind of starts feeling more uphill. For this build, it was in the mid-40s. You explain how crit chance scales in this game? Look at my hero stats. Is that my true crit, even though I'm heavily invested in that stat? So, crit chance is, we do have the crit formula in the formula doc. But remember that your boosts are going off of your base. So, Stabo class feat is infamously overrated because it's 30% before class power, right?
And she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quack gun also fuck you, I've got that song in my head now. Also 24 months so big QUAGHUG love you Quather. Keep on keepin' on. Also I've been enjoying Barbara lately WUAGPOG.
WUAGPOG indeed. Viper, thank you for the 2 years! The 2 years! I really appreciate it. It's just always lovely to have you around, and I appreciate the continued support. 2 years. Yeah, that song stuck in my head, so it had to be in yours too. Yeah, Barbara's fun. Sen's been making some adjustments, and I'll be playing that a little bit later today, probably. I have some enchants I want to reroll on that character, so. But yeah, with finally got around to watching the Confessional Great interview. Yeah, Alec runs a great show. If you guys haven't caught it, last episode of, or the most recent episode, I should say, of Alec the Cleric's podcast interview show, The Confessional, was this past Sunday, and it had K6, who we all know and love. You should check that episode out. I was on one episode of that, and a bunch of other cool people. Pirek and others have been on the show as well. Alec's just a great guy. He's genuinely fun to talk to. I had a great time when I appeared there, so I'm glad the show's growing, as I wanted it to. But yeah, crit chance. So Stabo class feat is infamously overrated because it's 30%, so people are like, wow, I crit 30% of the time. No, it's 30% increase, which is 30% more of your base of 5%. So it's very little. Now you see my spell crit chance right now is 112%, but that's because my base spell crit chance is 40. It is 5% base plus the 35 from this spell. So a base of 40. And then if we take crit chance increases off of that base, so I have a 50% there, well, 50% of 40 is 20. So that's already 60% spell crit chance. And then I have the Stabo class feat. 30% of 40 on top of that, etc., etc., etc. Including that class feat scales up with class power, and I have a lot of Stabo class power right now. One of those biggest troll game ever. I got a Cryoludite ×3 Ascended, but it was melee. That's still really good, Meteors. That's still gonna absolutely slap. Keep in mind, crossbolts have a cap anyway, so you're fine. You're fine. That's still a really crazy roll. Hey Avi, how you doing? Avionic, hope you're well. Dropping body rune, how could you? it's mo damage. I want to drop body rune on this setup, but I don't quite have the sustain to keep my my amp up. I would have to be Spell Shot or Blight Caller or both for that. Alright, just woke up a bit ago. Me too, to be honest. I had difficulty just staying awake this morning. Also, my tummy was a little upset. Just, ugh. Rough morning. Good now, though. It's a little hot. Hey, Pragmatic, how are you? Yeah, your menu shows you your actual crit chance, Avi. So, it totals all the individual ones up here. It has its own section for ability, companion, gun, melee spell, and status. Anything that doesn't fall into any of those uses the base. So this is why ability and companion crit boosts are kind of like sad, because they go off of that base of 5%. Like they have their own categories there to show you what they are, but like they go off of the base. Whereas you can get a spell or a melee weapon with a much higher base. That's why you'll see higher crit chances on those things. Wish one of us didn't make crit chance so complicated. It's really not very complicated, Grasshopper. It's just the percentages aren't flat. That's all you need to understand for them. That's all you need to understand. I'll explain it again as simply as I possibly can. Everything in this game, with the exception of the 3 things that are not allowed to crit, has a base of 5% crit chance, right? So no matter what you do, you have a 1 in 20 chance of that critting. Except for Blast, Chill Blast, Gasp, and Spore Fuse. Those are exceptions. But 1 in 20. Any crit chance boosts you have will look at your base. Why is your base 35? Because Stabo class feat doesn't go on the base. It is an increase. It's not base crit chance. It is an increase the same as an increase on an armor would be. Now, items that have an innate crit percent on them, like as part of them, not as a bonus stat, as part of them. So these are melee weapons and spells. The crit chance listed on melee weapons and spells adds to your base. It goes on the base. It's all about that base. So this 35% crit chance on my Ice Spike adds to my base of 5, and that means I have a base of 40. Once you've established your base crit chance, that's when your crit chance boosts come in, and they look at that total, and they give you percentages of that total. So a 100% spell crit chance bonus here is not going to set my crit chance to 140, but it is going to look at my base and be like, oh, that's 40? Alright, you now get 100% of that added on. So it would give me 40%. So a 100% crit chance bonus at 40 is 80 total. Hey Jelly, how you doing? Melee weapons do the same thing. The listed crit chance on a melee weapon adds to your base of 5. So I have a base melee crit chance of 22% here. That's why you tend to see spells and melee critting a lot more in gameplay, in build crafting, because they just have higher chances. Base equals 5, total crit plus base. I don't remember crit. Yeah, that's the shape of it. We do have damage formula doc with that included, exclamation point damage. It's got the methodology on all of that. It's also worth noting that guns have the saving grace of they can interact with crit spots. Every gun can interact with a crit spot, which, as long as an enemy has one, it bypasses the chance calculation completely. Now, some spells can do that as well, Ice Spike being one of those. Ice Spike, Laser Hand, you know, the projectile ones can still do that. But melee is always through the chance, and then you have you know, dots are always through the chance. Companions and other unsorted things are just through the chance. I can shoot this butterboom a lot of times. I can shoot this butterboom a lot of times. Fucking 18 mag butterboom, excuse. What's that class mod doing for you in this build? The plate mail? So what corrupted plate mail does is it splits off 30% of your damage into a separate instance of damage. That's useful because although that's normally a damage down, it lets you trigger on-hit effects separately for that instance as well. So if I shoot this times 25 shotgun, I have 25 chances to ricochet. 25 chances to trigger play the angles, assuming they all crit, all that. But if I have a corrupted plate mail, then I get 50 chances. Now, the plate mail instances will still be lower damage, and those will scale appropriately, but when you have something like play the angles that barely cares what triggered it, it's just going to kill whatever it hits, well, 50 chances at play the angles per shot is pretty attractive, even if all of them are collectively less damage than non-plate mail ones would be. Also another event Pikachu with the good old HM2. Classic. Classic. We got Surfing Pikachu, we got Flying Pikachu. Fly in this instance. Just give Pikachu more based moves. Butterboom's an awesome gun. Use it on Sticking Things Go Boom. Yeah. Alright, Viper, gotta go. Later, friend does. Take it easy, Viper. Have a good one. It's like Infusion, Face Puncher, Body Mind. Yeah, Scoveland. Same exact thought process. With the exception that Body Mind truly doesn't care at all what the damage of what caused it was. Whereas Play the Angles does care, but it just does enough damage that you can ignore that. But yeah, same exact thought process. Base spell crit chance in this spec right now, 40. Because 5% plus 35. Yeah, this Butterboom is sick. How much there's also crit damage stats page, you can see how much crit damage you have. Yeah, crit damage is more complicated. Because several times they say crit damage and it's not actually crit damage. Like, sometimes it's conditional damage. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, well, I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but that is Jake in my drawer. He managed to open it and is now just chilling on top of my clean clothes. It's fucking adorable, so I'm not gonna do anything about it, but that's him right there. Thought my butter boom was good. I got like 3 shots. It's just an 18 mag, it's fine. How do you get all that mag on butter boom? I have 9 on it max, I have a lot of mag boosts. Spore Warden gets 30% in tree. And then you have myth rank mag size. Which is 15%. I have 71 from this. Yeah. So, a lot. Blessing your clothes. It's gonna be cat hair all over them, but it's fine. Kevin, you knocked Butt Stallion over. You're the Butt Stallion from the Ultra Edition or whatever. Yeah, the Loot Crate one. Yeah. Sub-objective failed. There's a rainbow to puke? It does. Really enjoying Stab-O-Matic. It's one of those things that, like... Stab-O-Matic, I don't dislike it as much as I thought I would. Because, unlike the Face Puncher, it, like... It doesn't have both gun and melee scaling. Now, we have the elephant in the room of the Spellblade. Ability damage, ability crit chance, that's, like, trying. But... I dislike Stab-O-Matic less than I thought I would, is the gist of it there. Let's do another one of these. Don't do featured. Yeah, I could get even more in the butter boom if I had a pistol mag size on my rings, but I do not. Also thought the Stab-O-Matic would be incredibly problematic. It's one of those things that it's insanely powerful at peak, but if you don't invest into it, it's just fine, or even outright weak. The frustrating part is because of the nature of Spellblade and various conversion methods. I was just getting to that grasshopper. It's one of those things that, like, it's not actually a melee user's gun. It's a spell gun because of Spellblade. Because you can equip a Spellblade, and simply by virtue of having that, not only do you get a good crit stat profile, because it's like 12% base for a max crit Spellblade, so that puts your melee crit chance base at 17, which is far and away, you know, above regular guns. But then you get all of your spell bonuses applied as conditional, which is not only a category that's hard to fill out for guns, it also means that you can just apply a bigger number because it's 1-to-1. Paradigm is 35%. Magic bullets is whatever that is per point post changes. But Spellblade is 1-to-1. So you can just apply a bigger number. So Spellblade's the problem there. If they were to balance Spellblade, then I don't think Stab-O-Matic would be problematic in the slightest. Claw spell shot's doing work for me. Yeah, that'd be the spell shot doing a lot. A big thing with why it doesn't feel so great on Chillmonger Grasshopper is one of Berserker's biggest damage bonuses is the Old Ways, and that's in the conditional damage category, aka the same one as Spellblade. So you get less out of the most important piece in Stab-O-Matic's arsenal on that class, which kind of devalues one of your class choices. Hey Cheeky, how you doing? Enjoying the Stab-O-Matic and Spellblade on my Bone Carver. Graveborn has a lot of spell damage as well, yeah. It's so satisfying just firing this thing in threes. For so long, it was the kettle drum gameplay loop was 1-2 reload, 1-2 reload. But having this mag size to go 1-2-3, addictive. Oh, we bugged Celissa. I hate when this happens. Well, we gotta die now. Good Wolf, thank you for the 2,000 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do you have to have a Primordial or Ascended, you think, for a 3-shot? I don't understand the question. Primordial or Ascended what? Doing good, thank you. Hoping we get good news for Thursday. Feel a new playthrough coming along. Nice. Yeah, hopefully we get cool news. This game not possible to one life because of bugs like that. I mean, every Lands game has bugs like that. Jelly, you can still one life all of them. If that was to happen, I would just save quit or fast travel on the kettle drum. Chaos tier doesn't affect the number of shots you get in the kettle drum. Guns in Wonderlands, yeah, good wolf. Like, your gun's mag size doesn't go up from chaos tiers. Kettle drum, you can get either a 3 mag or an 8 mag. Now the... Yes, cat, good job shitting. You can... With an 8 mag, it's already 3 shots, but it's just a lot less damage. Getting the 3 mag to 3 shots is the goal. And that requires mag size in other places, such as rings, amulets, skill tree. Are you getting so much uptime in From the Shadows? Stabomancer power increases duration. I have 91% right now. So it's 91% more duration. I don't even have any on my rings. Also, on my kettle drum, I have the enchant reloading increases duration, which I might roll away from now that I have so much Stabo power. Guess the rules will just have to specify what to do when it happens. Right. Heck, waiter also go burr. I have no reason to use this gun other than it's fun. Means the video games like have fun. That's not allowed. What do you mean? A gun like the Ripper would work well in this game. The Ripper would be great in this game, yeah. If you used to have fun, you can't make me. Hey, Carter. Curious what your loot log is? It's currently bugged. It's not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a lot higher than that. Yeah, my chaos loot luck isn't applying right now. You can tell because, yeah, there we go. 50,000 is what you have with all shrines, all dice on Chaos 50 on a level 40 character. That's without the Ward Enchant or Amulet. Stop by to not have fun. That makes sense, Carter. I appreciate that. Knew what gun that was as soon as he pulled the trigger. It's iconic, isn't it, Yonper? Would you be going for it, not that Sabo enchant and non-elemental guns? That's the thing. That's the big reason I didn't bother to change it yet. It would probably just be, like, I could go ASA Dark Magic or ASA Elemental over here, like I have on this one. And then I could just put Spellcast damage dealt on my Kettle Drum. But I'm at a point where, because of my armor, I have enough in the all damage stat that I'm kind of like, Because 2 in Swift Death is fucking peanuts, but it's something. And I have the 25% global damage passive there. I have 20% enchant there. So that's already a decent value in that category. Not huge, but it's something. To where I'm thinking it's hard to beat the utility of that enchant. Came to the wrong place. The stream is too good to not have. That means a lot to me. So this is the skill combo that I want. I keep getting it on the wrong armors. But I want this on a plate mail. I currently have Stabo primary, Spore secondary. I want Spore primary, Stabo secondary. Because that's more play the angles damage. And it's, the skills are better. Gun damage is not necessarily a big deal because, you know, more eagle eye, I mean, I have a lot of that. But getting more bullseye would be good for when I'm outside of From the Shadows. And 1,000 cuts would actually be decent. It would be better than Swift Death. So yeah, we're hitting armor for that reason. Something about Sharks being double rolling gun damage, is that true? Because that would really improve my build. It's not so much that it double rolls gun damage meteors. It's just that a Sharksbane that rolls gun damage has an extra hidden part that basically makes the number higher. Only on gun damage. But yes, every Sharksbane that rolls gun damage does this. Fealty Oath is the one that has a chance to double roll gun damage. Speaking of Sharksbanes, looks like you're not running them in this character. Yeah, a couple reasons. Let's see, do I have Sharksbane? There's Sharksbane. So, a couple recent discoveries about Sharksbane. Apparently the bonus to conditional damage you get from this against sharks only applies on non-crits. But the other thing is, it doesn't actually scale up with Chaos Tier. Not just the shark bonus is the part that doesn't scale up with Chaos Tier. So it's always 50%. Despite the fact that this volatile one says 66, that's still 50. So the stats are a little bit lower. What Sharksbane does have, at the expense of being able to roll, it can't roll a third secondary stat slot. Instead, it gets its own thing. And the gun damage roll of it is higher. But I'm prioritizing other stats with my rings currently. Like this shell casing has a lot of shotgun crit damage, like a lot. And then this purple has a double roll of shotgun mag size. The ability crit damage is fucking, I don't care. I guess it's nice for play the angles, but like, the mag size is getting you that third shot. So if I had Sharksbanes with those passives that I care about, then yeah, but I don't. Purple shotguns, we trying to flak again. We're succeeding at flacking. Also, look at this sticky pistol, prismatic. We can shoot a lot of stickies. So we're all eras of gun flak here. And Amalgam's trying pretty hard actually. Spell damage, all damage. 2 and double knot. Volatile. But, too many dud stats, I think. Companion damage, regen delay, and ability crit chance. Not doing a lot for it. Sad. Put it away, bury it. I will not. Plate mail, Stabo Claw is, like, one of the better ones, but, it would have to be, like, a well-rolled Ascended for me to use that. Except you need to go back to Talons for that spell. I could, I'm not really using my spell slot much. Still don't quite know what to do with my spell slot. Morning, Harf. How you doing? How'd the day one of the challenge go? I managed to lurk for some of it, but I don't have the ability to be coherent and functional late at night, so I just went to bed. And then woke up and couldn't sleep, but I was tired. Yeah, Harvard's doing a pretty cool One Life challenge in BL3, which you should absolutely go check out. I might do that at some point because it's a cool format. So I can keep that enchant on that one. Let's keep that in place, I guess. Roll the con. We'll get something beneficial here. Spellcast Frost would be good. At least we have this event on. We'll cast Dark Magic slightly better here, because Plate Mail. Appreciate the love, man. It's a lot of fun doing a playthrough, or 4 again. It certainly looks like it. Inflammation for fast exploit the weakness stacking, maybe? Maybe. Inflammation's a good shout. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a lot of ricochets, yeah. Anything be done about locking on melee does, it's been annoying. You can use a Valera. So if you use a greatsword, they don't have the lunge. So you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, you're welcome. Yeah, it's definitely annoying in some situations. I totally feel you there. Set not only for Blade, but that new voice and all the new voice lines too. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. If you guys didn't catch it yesterday, they put one of the voice lines for the new voice type we're getting on Twitter yesterday. It's called Grim, and they could have just called it Horribly Depressed, because that's what it sounds like. It's just the Grim voice type Fate Maker is going through some shit. They're not having a good time. Definitely my vibe. We could do Gloop, I think. Alright, where is this one? Never actually learned this. Ah, okay. All signs pointed to this week. It seems likely. They've not confirmed anything, but like... It seems... I would bet on either this week or next week. Because what's been the previous timelines of them actually showing us skill trees of upcoming classes? Usually pretty close to release, right? Light's called the new voice Millennial. That's a mood. That's an amusing side effect of having this many projectiles on a shotgun. The knockback physics just, it is a spectacle. I sent a shark to the moon earlier. It went straight up and I never saw it come back. Tried your missed answer against our queen yet? I got her once this morning. It's annoying. Like, Butterboom does enough damage, but if she teleports or hangs out in one of the awkward spots to hit, it's just a miserable experience. Even on a gun build. Now, if I use a sword explosion, it'd probably be a little bit easier, because better ballistic trajectory, you know? I'm using my Butterboom, though, damn it. I'm leading this week. You know what happens when you say that? People get mad if it's not this week. Yeah, people are just gonna find a way to get mad. Anyway. Yeah. What Harf said. This is another example of a build where Frost Buddies are beneficial, because I can ricochet off of them. I'm on vacation from work, so this week would be great. Please and thank you. I would say next week because of where they put the Wondercast. That's sound logic. That is sound logic. One thing I'm concerned about, someone mentioned the possibility of a cap increase with the drop and feel like that would be really discouraging at this point. I really, really hope the level cap stays intact, because they've been doing so well not raising that. I've been having that discussion, again, a couple places recently. Just level caps are not good. In terms of Chaos Cap, as long as it didn't carry new gear with it, it wouldn't hurt anything. Like, as long as Ascended remains the highest, it would just be extra difficulty options. So, like, I'd be fine with that. But specifically provided that there was no gear lock behind it. I feel like the bulk of folks aren't keeping up with the increases. That's the thing, they don't have to. Like, so with how Chaos Caps work, they're one of 3 methods of directly changing your difficulty, alongside using the in-game slider, the menu slider, excuse me, this one here, relax, balance, intense. And then there's your in-chamber difficulty stuff of whether you're taking curses, whether you're leading rooms, that stuff. You can just choose to not use one of those layers. I know several people who just hang out on 35, who are fully capable of pushing to 50, they just don't feel like it. And if the impetus for pushing is gear, keep in mind that proportionally, you are weaker at each subsequent higher chaos tier in most regards. So, like, for example, the jump from... Do I still have my other kettle drum for this? It's a different gun, but imagine these are the same. The jump from volatile to primordial is 2 character levels worth of stats. But the jump in enemy HP from, say, C34 to C35 is high enough to justify, you know, alright, you can get a little bit stronger by grabbing this. But if you compare that to the power cliff of a C20 at all volatile, you are stronger. Your time to kill is shorter. Your survivability is overall better at C20. So, like, it is only difficulty. It's not like Borderlands 3 where there's MAM 4 and 6 exclusive items, or BL2 where there's, you know, the generational pearl thing. You're never having content locked behind an arbitrary difficulty setting in this game. So people can just choose not to. You know how it is with people needing to be max? I do, and myself and some people who play the game the way I do are starting to feel a little bit annoyed with that. One area of feedback that has caused me a bit of a headache is there's people who really don't like bosses actually doing damage in this game. So, every single base game boss, with the exception of the raid bosses, has had its damage halved, absolutely gutted. I liked having to pay attention on, you know, the maximum possible difficulty in this game, but because that was a game-wide change, I don't have that anymore. I can't get that back. Other people could have used the slider appropriately and turned theirs down, but I can't turn mine up. So, like, what do I do about that, you know? I'm not thrilled about that. Which is why I wouldn't be opposed to, extra chaos tiers as long as they didn't introduce gear. Because it'd be like true takedowns in BL3. It just turns on the multiplayer scaling with no additional reward other than there's more badasses, so that's more world drops potentially. It's purely for the enjoyment of it, which I think is a good way to structure your difficulty. I actually chuckled at the Solicit Drill Nightmare nerfs. I was 100% behind fixing some of the instant-down cheapness that felt really heavy-handed. For example, Dragonlord's Poison Nova is an absolute meme now. Like, it does not hurt you. It just doesn't. And I kind of miss having to look out for and pay attention to that attack, because he's the final boss of the story, and it's like his signature move, and now it just doesn't do anything on the highest difficulty of the game. I get it if it had been a targeted change for lower difficulty modes or chaos tiers or something, but something that I've been pretty consistent in expressing my admiration of is that boss design in this game forces you to participate. I don't like that being chipped away from me. It's something I specifically like that is being removed. That's just my subjective opinion. Good starting guide for this game. Finally got my computer and guitar. Hey, congrats on the computer, Doug. I'm glad it finally got to you. Starting guide in the game. It's kind of too complex to have something like that. You know, like with any Borderlands games, for your playthrough, just experiment. Experiment, experiment, experiment. Pick Village Idiot for your character background. It'll just give you the biggest head start on your damage. Pick a primary class at character creation that you know you're going to want to stick with. Because that one's locked in, but you can change your second one later. And yeah, just experiment. I honestly think the fix for it is make chaos scaling infinite, a set percent increase per level, and that way there's no max and people choose to push it if people want that specific challenge. Felt the same way about BL3 Mayhem. Exactly. Like, that would be a solution that caters to everybody. Unfortunately, as you pointed out earlier, there's probably would be some people who are like, hey, I got to chaos 273 and enemies are doing too much damage when I'm not avoiding their attacks. You should nerf all enemies in the game. Like, wait, what? No. It would happen. Morning, Will Pat. How you doing? So I've been farming a gluttony. I want it ×2 with an enchantment. Is there a certain level to be at? Chance at that, or potentially drop at any level? Potentially drop at any level, Raider. As long as a gluttony is capable of dropping, it can drop with whatever parts it's capable of doing it. Now, with enchantments, enchantments kind of come in brackets, so there's some that that pop up only at certain character levels. But if you're level 40, all enchantments and item drops are available to you. Like a simple fix like Relax, Normal, Intense, then maybe Ultimate Fate Maker, it's a very noticeable difference. I would absolutely love a menu difficulty option above Intense to be added, especially because difficulty has gone down due to community requested enemy changes. Kind of busy with work and the game's different enough that I'm looking for a bit of help. Yeah. Always feel free to ask, Doug, if you ever feel the need. We're gonna eat some cheesecake. Ooh, that sounds good. I could go for some of that. Butterboom is just so awesome to watch. I don't want to be able to capstone both skill trees in this game. Yeah. I really hope they never give us more skill points, because every time they've given more skill points, we have fewer builds, and balance has suffered for it. Players are already able to get extremely powerful, and the number of ways we can mix and match with 6, soon to be 7 classes, there's plenty of combinations. We do not need more skill points lowering that amount. Just not necessary. Put a new highest, the same people are going to force themselves to play it. Internet credibility demands it. Well, that's the thing, J-Bridge. A while ago, I was having a conversation about this. This is right after See If It came out, maybe a weekend, with someone on Twitter. And they straight up wanted all the levels above C35 to be removed from the game. I'm like, but that takes away from me. And then they're like, alright, well fine, just make the enemies hit less hard. I'm like, but you can just go on Relax, though. And their response was interesting. They said, but you can just go on Intense. The assumption was that I wasn't already. And I think that's a root thing to look into here. Because it's this very self-centric thought process that I couldn't be the problem. Everyone feels this way. Nobody wants to be challenged by this. There was this baked-in assumption that I wasn't already on the harder stuff and just wanted my gameplay experience to remain intact. Berserker Capstone plus Greyborn Capstone would be stupid. It would be insane. Lonely Star. I think survivability has been the wrong argument people made. There are some enemy attacks felt cheap largely due to the fact they didn't sit down you full health wards, but they couldn't. Almost possible dodge, but they're not. That's the thing, Harf. There is precisely one unavoidable damage mechanic in this game, and that's even, if you squint, avoidable. That's Bunny Hog's Sandstorm, which you can stop by just killing the boss before it happens. But there are no unavoidable damage mechanics in this game. You can, even with just myth rank movement speed of 25% here, you can avoid every single attack in the game by jumping, crouching, or strafing, or taking cover. Everything. All of it. And also, this is a lands game, so it has health gates, so no, nothing can actually one-shot you, unless you have chosen to give up your health gate. This Amnesia is like, I did a double take, because double knot with gun crit chance on it is kind of interesting, but it's only one double knot. The other passes aren't good. Satisfying. It's satisfying seeing 50-50-50 there, though. But back to the enemy attacks thing, the boss attacks thing. An example of that. Drill's slams are often cited as something that's impossible to dodge, but, like, you can dodge it. You know how you dodge it? Let's say the door is Drill. Ready? You've just dodged it. He can't hit you if you just get closer to him. Salissa's water geyser has a tell. It has a visual effect before it happens. That's one of the ones that caught people out a lot. Definitely been insta down to full name of the bastard. Yeah, he can't do that. Health Gate still exists in this game. What it would have been was a really big hit, followed by something else hitting you while you're in Health Gate after the immunity wears off. But yeah, Wastard cannot and has never been able to one-shot you. Because he does not bypass Health Gate. Now, Wastard does an extreme amount of damage, but the thing is, the skulls, the tracking on them is actually really bad. If you get about, I'll use another distance-based example. Let's say that chest is Wastard. You get about this far away from him. The skulls can't track you if you just do this. You just walk side to side. They can't hit you. You jump every once in a while, they can't hit you. The Purple Nova, it's intended that you line of sight that. So you just take cover, or you outrange. It's a good place to farm with a fresh 40. It depends on what you're farming for. The Chaos Chamber is going to be your easiest answer for most things. But if you're farming for something specific, then maybe I can give you a different answer. Fucking play Wonderland's keyboard and mouse, do it. They don't hit it easily. Waster does lead some of his shots, which I regularly get hit by. We'll do a boss run, and I'll strafe it. It's very forgiving. Like, he's sometimes missed me while standing still with the skulls. I'd argue the DLC 3 bosses on dodgeable attacks, at least at level 3-4. Imelda is different. Imelda, I unconsciously repressed there. So yeah, if there's unavoidable damage in this game, it's probably Imelda. How to avoid Shark Suck? Shark Suck. I'm not sure what you mean. First DLC boss? Oh, Chums. Does he have that mechanic? Because I don't remember being hit by it. Like, it's Chums, you can just kind of kill him. I suppose on melee, it'll hit you with it, but melee, everything hits you. I think it's the wave that triggers it? Ah, okay. We take all the difficulty and push it somewhere else. Hey, Ashes of the Stars. What's the best backstory for a Spellshot primary class? Generally speaking in this game, there's no reason not to take Village Idiot. Because the crit damage bonus it provides is just going to be useful for almost everything in the game. Almost everything in this game can crit. So it's just damage. And the penalties are very insignificant compared to the penalties other backgrounds have. Like, you get a slight penalty to intelligence, which is arguably the least useful of the hero stats. And then you get a slight penalty to wisdom, which isn't ideal, but guess what? Dots can crit, so you're still netting more damage on even your dots. So it's very hard to argue against Village Idiot. Like when Chum sucks though, it helps Amnesia. Amnesia Gaming. Make a video of how to avoid bosses' attacks and defeat them and watch it for sure. Lazy put out a video yesterday of how he deals with bosses on melee. I'm sure there's some dodging tech in there. What if they made a True Fate Maker mode and had a new difficulty above intense and the boss nerfs were not in that mode? No people would complain and be fully optional. That's the thing. New Game Plus is a common request And if you tie additional difficulty to that, then A, people who don't want to play the story again, who just want to play endgame, are going to feel forced into doing it, which is something that Borderlands 3 stepped away from, rightfully, with TVHM not having any difficulty increases that Mayhem didn't also have. And then people who just want to be story focused would be like, hang on, why is this game so much harder now? Thank you again for the 1,000 bits, though, Goodwill. I appreciate it. What am I spending moon orbs on? Okay, I can just do another one. Yeah, let's do boss runs, because I want to get Wastard. Actually, any of these bosses I'll just kind of explain through. I need to do DLC 3 on this character today. Regarding the earlier discussion, I'm remembering that I responded to DLC 3 by talking about Imelda. Yeah, no, everything in the Fyodor fight's avoidable. That's like kind of the point. But Imelda is the one that's just kind of like, fuck you, get hit type shit. Fyodor actually have an easier time dodging attacks than Wastard. Is that weird? It feels weird. Treat them the same. Because, like, it's stretching the same muscles. Do love reading the Village Day description on new playthroughs. It is a funny one. The inside of that shaft looks like the armor texture. I'm gonna be honest, Jelly, halfway through you saying that, I giggled at the use of inside and shaft in the same sentence internally. So I have no valuable commentary on that. Butterboom Gaming. Yes, sir. Just be glad I didn't say inside of Salissa's shaft. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very glad. I definitely don't want to be inside of Salissa's shaft. That'd be crazy. But, like, what if? Like, unless... Into some cakey shit. Don't shame me. What that inside? Tom made a joke about lazies get enemy stream notifications and offered to go on a coffee date first. He turned down the coffee. It'd be like that sometimes. Didn't say it was a bad thing, no shaming. Uh-huh. Maybe you should. I'm gonna be inconsistent here. The biggest pain in the ass when fighting Son of a Witch was his damn healing bird. Then I found a laser hand spell. Now I just one-shot the bird with my spell and continue the fight. I couldn't stand Son of a Witch until I learned his mechanics. Yeah, that's a good example, Shiner. It's one of those things that doesn't need to be changed, but it is a mentality thing. You need to have the proper outlook to be like, alright, this is a puzzle to be solved, not an obstacle to be removed, because there's a difference. Think of me the next time you're in there. Yeah, I will. Don't sneeze. So with this attack, you got plenty of time, see it coming, and you just run to the other side. Stand on one side, sprint to the other. Hey Lazy, how you doing? I was just talking about your melee versus bosses video thing. That's the same as a spear, you just bait it on one side and then run to the other. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you for taking care of Lazy. I appreciate it, thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Wolf's the sniper, true. Sticky projectile management is in poor form. Yeah, I don't really pay close attention. I just like seeing the butterboom explosions, to be honest. Actual skill issue. But we got this. 1, 2, 3. Shooting 3 bursts, or bursts of 3, I should say, of a kettle drum in from the shadows is nice. Let's watch the Monster Hunter Rise title update showcase. They're legit just adding a World Slayer size expansion to the free updates. Can't wait for that. That's a big W. Let's go. Rise will make its way to the front of my actively played games catalog soon. I'm thinking I'm gonna play Spider-Man Remastered when that comes out. Then after that, I'll probably circle around to Monster Hunter. Roddy says you haven't seen The Boys, you never make time to watch it. Highly recommend. I got chums in the chat. This is the first time in about a month and a half that I got chums in the chamber. He's real. He exists. He's real. Now you can let him suck on you? I'm gonna. Here's to you, chumps. We're adding dual threat quests back, so basically 2 market scenes in 1 arena. Love it. Absolutely love it. Alright, chums. Which form are you, anyway? Does this one have a suck? Yeah. Two? Okay. I don't even remember the differences between the forms anymore. Because it's been so long. A Shark's Bane? I haven't seen these drop much either. Oh, this reminds me. This reminds me. Useful thing, useful thing, useful thing. I forgot to pin that. Dark magic. Dark magic. So, Stone Swan finalized dark magic testing. So we actually know how it works now. And it's incredibly complex. Surprisingly so. But there you go. Any chance the mushroom can be named Dog the Deathbringer? I like it. Secrets not meant for mortal eyes. Blazing Calamity, these are fun. Ooh, Bronco Buster with delay. That's actually a good part to get on that. Despite the fact that it shaves off literally like 1.5 milliseconds. No, not 1.5. It's 150 milliseconds. So like this with unarmored defense. Think about it. Capacity goes down to like 500-ish. But the recharge rate is still almost 500. So you could run this with a recharge rate passive somewhere and just boom. Her bug were some skill from Deadshot build stacks higher value than it should. The faithful thralls are a high thread. Harvest used to, but that's been fixed. It was fixed a while ago. Ascended Colliding Eruption. These are actually really nice. It's even got cooldown and radius. Huh, I'm taking that. It's a good knockback source, which is nice for knocking Cyclops out of the sky, among other things. Let's not speak about the forbidden knowledge of why it's forbidden, because it's not to be known. Yeah, and then there was Mushroom Heaven. That was an entertaining bug. Frustrating, but entertaining. I was glad to see the fruits of the dedicated testers of this community. Well said, and I agree. That had me just kind of trying. But yeah, if you ever want to see where the magic happens, our boy Stone Swan. Doesn't just do Wonderlands, does a lot of BL3, did a lot of really fun build science in that game as well. And plays other things and stuff from time to time. Okay, someone sell me on this. Got your Dreadwind to 25k HP, by the way. I could do more with armor passive and capacity shield part. Ooh, very spicy. Someone sell me on this. It's got 3 harvest, claw power primary, but it's a Cape of Tides. So like, the Wyvern would be doing more sometimes. Hey Senna, how are you? Hammer? I guess leaving the hammer out. But the skills wouldn't really help that. Hydra build? Hydra build. Dark Hydras are ability damage. Hydra build. So these are the skills that I want. Maybe even close to this distribution. I think I'd want probably not Eagle Eye. I think I want as much Thousand Cuts as possible. But yeah, I want that on a plate mill. This is called Wyvern have a shock attack? Yes, but it's one attack on a cooldown. Double-ended or single? I'm not gonna ask for context. I am just going to say single. Do not give me context. Thank you. You're welcome. I think. Haven't been able to beat Feodor phase 4 till now. You got it though? That's a big step. That is, as the kids say, a pog. Did I get that correct? I wouldn't know. Drill's Fury part variance. Every time I look at it, I'm like, why are you like this? About 1800 damage on this one. And then 2169, nice, on that one. And then 2278 on that one. Different mag size is doing a lot there. You know, this one's 11 mag versus 12 mag versus 18 mag. But, like, that's a pretty wide range. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Need to roll that salt and batter to something useful. Let's go for that. Oh, well, that was short-lived. Okay, I guess we'll roll something else. Love how I just cause a disturbance and dip. Never change. Yeah, this event is really, really nice. Make sure you take advantage of this half cap for rerolls and increased moon orbs while it's here. It's a really good future proofing. Just always keep something around that you can roll into a favorable state. Some good class mods for Gravespore. You're gonna have to be more specific on what you're doing, Glenny. It's class mods aren't really like this class combo type thing in this game. It's more like what is the interaction at play. Gun build. Amnesia is always good. Cape of Tides if your gun is of the appropriate element. Plate mail if you're doing on-hit effect stuff like I am here. Amalgam. One more boss run, and then we'll go do DLC 3 stuff. Let's test install and battery a few minutes ago. I have only one primordial with no elemental damage. Still great damage. Need to test more. Yeah, it's a really good melee weapon. Just in terms of raw hitting something with a stick, it's just the peak damage. Is there a significant difference in how miasmic mail, elemental percent, and Cape of Tides additional damage is applied? Thinking of primordial miasmic is probably better than Tides, that applies all elements of the amount the same. So miasmic mail does not give elemental damage. When it says status damage, that just means dots. It's just the dots, so it's an entirely different thing. And whereas Soaked is a unique boost formula-wise, miasmic mail just gives regular status damage, the same boost you get from Wisdom, which is just your dots. Enemy seems your mushroom's fart cloud can explode on enemies. Valid. Nice clarification. You're welcome. Not sure why that goblin was sitting in the sky, but alright. I've seen weirder. Is the next Wondercast next week? The next Wondercast is in 2 days, Good Wolf. Unless they've moved it. Oh. This plus elemental damage only apply to direct damage, not status dots. It applies to both. It's not a double dip, if that's what you're asking. Like, it'll only get the effect once, but dots are elemental, so. Example, non-elemental gun, corrupted plate mail. Dark magic dots get bonus. Speed is sitting in the sky. A few days ago I learned you can emote on the jump pads while waiting for Waster to activate them. If you time it right, you can emote while flying. That's beautiful. Oh no, I hope you don't do your poison, Nova. Didn't even die. Hey, it actually downed me from the dot. It's the first time that's happened in a minute. Maybe it's because I have 3,000 HP. Don't slam them while waiting, so you can slam yourself right into the void with unfortunate timing. Ooh, that's good to know. When I was in call with you working on Fart Explosion, you said dots tick when you apply them mean they'll deal the status damage every time you happen to apply a status effect. Yes. Dots are just good. A lot of what you're doing, Snowspawn, is just overthinking the basic game mechanic of dots are good in this game. That's it. It's that simple. It's relatively new to Lands games because dots were good in BL1 and then completely absent for most people until this game, where you had some niche cool stuff being done with it in BL3 with Amara under Stoneswan's guidance. But yeah, dots are simply good. Has a new DLC tune been released? Oh, the new character? Not yet, but we're expecting it, like, soon. Like, soon. They gave us the skill tree a few days ago. So we're expecting it soon. Speculation is either this week or next week. Wow, Pickward, I am sorry. That was just rude. Oh, beat me by 1 second, J-Bridge. Let me make a command for this. How am I muted? Huh, okay. I don't know how that happened. I guess I hit that button accidentally. So, responding to your message, Bruce Kits, let's flip that on its head. Would you want to guarantee a release date for anything to a community that has regularly blasted your ass for having to delay anything for any reason? Example, DLC 6 of Borderlands 3 had to be delayed because, you know, Texas was being fucked by a storm, and that's where Gearbox was. People were forced out of their homes, people died, etc. So they had to delay. Was the Borderlands fan base the slightest bit understanding? No. Did people still find a way to blame Gearbox for that? Absolutely. Or when the Cartel event was delayed back in 2020 for Borderlands 3 because Gearbox was, supporting civil rights. They're like, hey, we're not releasing that this week. Most of the industry's deciding that, let's have a conversation about this much more pressing thing. So, like, credit where credit's due. There's some questionable decisions, but I don't think not giving a precise release date for an update is necessarily them failing at communicating. There's other things I want more communication on, but release dates, I can be patient with that. Especially because that's something specifically that they've gotten their asses blasted about. Guess I'm just used to a map of upcoming content years in advance as I main Destiny. Different beast. Also, Destiny community is kind of showing their ass with the same kind of behavior lately. But I would absolutely love a roadmap, don't get me wrong. Like, roadmaps of events and content releases, I would love that to be more standard across the board. But in this specific instance, I get it. Oh, why are you like this? Why did you even go over there? Hello? Why did you teleport? Cool. Oh, okay. Only vaguely aware of what's happening. Hang on, give me a minute. Oh, you teleport now. Okay. I'm trying so hard not to get hit, and it's just pointless. I should just stand out in the open. It's a Melba. All communities of toxic people. True. An unfortunate reality of that is that, other people have to foot the bill for the damage they cause. So things like communication breakdown, well, you can blame the toxic people. Any sources of corrosive bonus element in Wonderlands? Spell shot has imbued weapon while using a corrosive spell for gun bonus element. There is the forbidden spell for corrosive bonus element. That's all I can think of at the moment. Melis's attacks seem to be homing, no avoiding them. You can outrun them. It's just you're usually too busy dealing with some other bullshit in the fight. That was pretty. I feel like people forget that video games are supposed to be just fun and distraction. Don't need to be toxic or take it too seriously. Yeah, I agree. Like, at the end of the day, it's a hobby. For some people, it's more than that. Like, this happens to be what I do, and obviously people who are making the games, it is their profession as well. But for people consuming them, sometimes people make it into a whole thing it doesn't need to be. Wild. I don't have internet, I'd be watching from my phone. Oh, I'm sorry you don't have internet, Irish. You know, so many people I know have had that issue lately. Not a fan of Bad Egg and Barbara. I feel way too squishy. 1.8k ward, 6k health at full on non-chaotic one. Yeah. And also, you run Vampire, right, son? So, like, you're not getting uptime on the effect if you do. It's cool seeing all these ricochets. Remember when I mentioned getting distracted by all the pretty popcorn? It happened again. Play endgame MMOs to get used to seeing some seriously toxic shit. Squag said inconvenience someone slightly and you'll see the real them, and they show you believe them. Yep. I remember my MMO days. There was some wild shit. Absolutely wild. Zamp apply to sticky explosions? It applies to the shot, and the sticky explosions are based in part off of the shot. So, indirectly, yes. People attach their entire personality to anything and then act like entitled pricks about it. There's an entire Reddit community about men who drink water. Is that Hydro Homies, or is it a different one now? I don't keep up with that. I think I've heard of that. Yeah, using Vampire still feels squishy. Well, that's the thing with using Vampire and Bad Egg, son. You're not getting the damage. Bad Egg requires a broken ward. Vampire restores your wards. Like video games, can feel like I'm making a difference in something. Good Wolf, you make a difference every day just like hanging out in this community. I remember booting a whole 2 casual raid groups from my guilds because they decided amongst themselves to write an email to the devs, which wasn't the slightest representing my views. Ugh. Sounds like an MMO gamer. Maced Wardu is good with Vampire. I do like me Maced Wardu. Ability crit chance, ability damage, area damage. So, like... do I keep that? It's a Cape of Tides, so that's like the awkward bit. I'm gonna keep that. Maybe there's some weird Blight Caller shit I can do with that. Sword or Trigger Vampire? No, but it has to have like some amount of blue in the bar for it to do its reflecting. So Vampire just keeps it so anytime you get hit, it can do the thing. Also, it's got great capacity. Wardu's like 3rd tankiest shield in the game. It's like Static Charge, Mind Rune, Maced Wardu, if I remember correctly. Completed Apex after 2 years of playing, all about Wonderlands, and maybe Cyberpunk later. I hope Cyberpunk gets that, a DLC. Oh yeah, speaking of DLC, I need to go do DLC 3. Cyberpunk has still not gotten a story expansion people have been hoping for almost 2 years now. It's a fun game, it's gotten a lot of updates and stuff, it's just, I want more of it, you know? Mommy, sorry.
We all.
I've thought about using the forbidden spell on this build. Thought about it.
Person to want the job.
I was also the best candidate. I mean, look at my gate chains. It takes multiple cannon shots to destroy those.
We're doing first in DLC 4, Blight leveling, Chaos Chambers of Blight, or whatever the last mirror brings. I don't know. I'm probably not going to be a playthrough because I'm not going to have the self-control to avoid just jumping into endgame. So we'll have to see what the update brings whenever they give us the deets.
The chains are broken, and Fyodor's next.
Broke my door? Okay, since you want to see something unhinged so badly, let's go!
Ow.
Please come into the prison built to trap souls inside. We could always use more.
Fyodor binds everything he loves in chains, including the door to his lair. He's hidden the hooks that hold.
Playing a melee build to complete the melee side objective, still fail side objective. Dot moment, huh? Let's complete all 6 characters at C50 and use each primary as a secondary once ready for Blight Collar. Let's go. I still have a couple primary characters that I should set up. I'll probably just grab saves, honestly.
He's a prisoner too. He just can't see it from under his giant helmet.
Your disobedient prisoner act is getting old. Not that I know about old. I'm ageless myself.
We're just grabbing some souls while we're here. Because what I want specifically is the protagonizer. Now there's 2 ways I have going about this. I could either soul farm here and then hope for it from the wheel, or I could do all 4 forms of the DLC and then get it from bunnies. Undecided. Hey Pierre, how you doing? Good to see you. Mimic, where'd you even come from? I'm so confused. Hope for a new game plus they can reset side missions. That'd be cool. Where's these mimics coming from?
Cool your head. Hope you're carrying coin. Don't kill.
Playing Valheim all day because no internet.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Hopefully that that situation's corrected sooner rather than later. Even just some light farming here has gotten us a good chunk of souls. Yeah, we got like 100 souls from that. Cool.
I don't like it. Just thought you should know.
Tired but vibing, I bet you. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. If you change one thing in the game, what would it be? Boss hitboxes. I would ensure that action skills such as Ghost Blade could consistently hit every boss. And relevant enemies in boss fights such as Bernadette and the Soul Cells in the Theodore fight. That would be my one change. Hey Andrew, how you doing? I'd get rid of non-chaotic to C50. That's another good one. Finished glossing over Dark Magic Damage Guide. I think my eyes went all glass for a second. Interesting mechanics at play. Definitely not straightforward. Multifaceted would be a good term.
I bet Theodore's shaking these tiny boots.
Murder, I guess. Mayhem? Sure. But mine called death. Have you no soul? Your soul's gonna be imprisoned here for a long time. Multiple eternities. I'll throw in an extra eon, just for fun.
Okay, I'm playing Sport War, not a melee build. Gotta record the shit. I plan on switching to melee later in the stream. I just want to at least make some attempts at getting a good protagonizer. Awkward thing here is now I'm using a purple for the mag size to have 3 shots, so I'd have to change up my rings, even if I did get a good protagonizer. So like, best case I suppose, Ascended protagonizer, Dark Magic, Sabo or Spore power with
Suspect they're exactly what you need.
double mag size. You know, it's never fucking happening.
Touching my things!
Come on then, let's get this over with. Witch's Blade!
You did it. Come through the portal and we'll talk.
Already farming for Black Hole shenanigans, I see.
Growing by the second.
I'm more looking for protagonizer for this character, because it does affect play the angles.
Not done breaking Theodore's hooks yet.
And I think that's optimal considering there's a weird bug that I don't know if it's still super well known. Apparently Theurge just doesn't work if you're a Spore Warden. Someone feel free to confirm, but like, yeah.
Theodore sunk one of his hooks into this world. This place is buzzing with
Squeeze me? Yeah. Just like doesn't do the refund thing.
Energy will be released.
Elaborate? By doesn't work, I mean does not work. I don't know how further to elaborate.
My henchmen will take care of you once and
Fails to function. Shits out.
Where can I commission a portrait of you walking away from that explosion? It's beautiful.
There's a chin in the air.
something bad's about to happen. Badass, I mean. That's it. I'm beaming you the second I see you. Eat bullets, fool!
Oh no, you make the lost souls angry. That beam is almost as brilliant as you are.
You are breaking the law!
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Those are aligning beautifully today. Let's hope the next step is just as smooth.
Back up to 140 mil. Nice. It's like holding a sloppy Joe in your hands, but with no bread. I feel like that's a terrifying sentence out of context. Spore action skills having the Spore class makes it stop working. Spore class, I believe, because it wasn't working for me, it was from the shadows.
The chains that bind lost souls to stone.
We've had normal featured, extended features. What if we got a boss rush featured? How would that work? I like the idea. I'm just asking questions.
Used to destroy them. There must be a control mechanism to direct its flow. Find it and turn Theodore's hook to a molten memory.
Imagine it just be a fixed seed boss rush. I wonder how popular that would be. Because usually, I like that the feature tends to feel more meaty, and the downside of that would be, unless they change the way boss rush functions, we wouldn't get the maker in the featured. Now, I think boss rush runs should also just have the maker available. Just make the portal there. Be quite OP though, given the featured boosted drop rates. That would be pretty effective for farming.
Standing in nature's magma now. What won't you do for her?
The urge doesn't work for my Claw Stalker either for some reason. Could you describe exactly how you're testing it, Brucey?
These chains are nothing against you.
The cold of the grave.
Come through the portal I made. Oh, you have no idea.
Because I have a Claw Stalker where it does work.
My favorite James! I can't even look at you right now!
You did it. The
Regardless, Banshee featured, please. Give us Banshee in the vending machine.
swift end.
Over my dead body!
Yes, that's exactly the idea. Oh, this is exciting. The gate's open. I hope you're ready to fight.
I could use another 10, 20 minutes. Actually, could you come back tomorrow?
Go through the portal when you're ready, hero.
Nirvana of events, extra crystals plus weighted armor amulets. So the weighted armor thing seems to just be in permanently.
Fire for a chance to touch
Why did I hit that? Oh, I guess we're waiting for cooldown. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Because I'm gonna pee during this fight. Bullet hell.
chopped to bits on a molten platter!
Okay, so like coincidental timing. So like package delivery. It's a big old box. Now, I do believe 2K sent me a thing. Is that what I think it is? Yeah, I think it's that thing, Lazy.
I'm gonna make so much coin, I need a whole building just to
So I'll have to open that shortly.
dive in it like a swimming hole. Then I'll pay a cleric to resurrect me because jumping in
If you're opening now. I'm not opening right now.
great way to break every bone.
Maybe a bit later. I don't even know logistically how I'm gonna do this because, like, it's as big as my door. So I don't know how I'd do that at my desk. Might do it off stream. This is so chill on a gun build. Allowed to open it now? Yeah.
Ready to cast.
Like how it actually predates the telephone, it's a giant telegram.
I may mean a stop.
Lilith body pillow. Why are you like this?
Ice bite.
Could be. I guess shroom booty body pillow. I like just not doing this properly, because it's funny. Just like hold W. Unga bunga. Ouch. It's closer than I liked. Hey, brain farts, how you doing?
He's gone. And so is his hold on all these lost souls. We had such a long run. I never imagined it would. I dreamt it. I
Definitely just hold W in 3 and 4.
see it. Not even in my mirrors.
Alright, that's part 1.
I feel so much freer.
How we doing on souls? Enough that I think we're actually gonna do this.
Seems like one of those reincarnate.
I don't have a loot luck word. Trying to farm a laser hand times 2. Times 2 laser hand isn't a thing.
Is an eternal calling.
Like extra projectile on a laser hand? Yeah, that's not a thing.
It'll be on our terms. Thank you, hero. You've helped me in more ways than you can ever know. Come.
Mean spell charge? Ah, okay. Primordial slip and stun, status damage, all damage. Shame its spell shot power. But like that's still good. There's site list locations of all items in the game. Yes, loot lemon. Spelled like this. I'll put it in the chat for you. That is a trusted community website. And sometimes stuff is off, but like for the most part, it's very accurate. It's also got a good skill tree planner. That's generally the one that we use when sharing skill trees with people. Good site to be familiar with. In the Bible of Borderlands Wonderlands games. There's a bunch of good community sites that I would recommend for that. There's Vault Hunter and Fatemaker Hub. There's also Mental Mars website. There's just several good places to get information. Ooh, Hyperius Fealty Oath. I don't think that's the double roll for gun damage, but I still wants it. I likes it and I wants it. I don't need that fragment ring because I have an ascended somewhere. Don't need that peg leg. I mean Ludelmon. Yes, Ludelmon. Alright, this would be completely disgusting if it was higher chaos tier. Melee ability increased by spell. It's spell shot power primary with 2 points in awe and spell damage. Hey, you're welcome. Resource channel, the 101 server is a good place for info too. Yeah, and there's also resources in my Discord as well. Which I should update that with some of the more recent ones. He has McMail with a bunch of HP stuff. Plus area damage and ability crit chance. Like, that wouldn't be bad for Dire Sack, but it has no chaos tier, so it's dead to me. Got some stuff in my bank. I'm actually gonna keep this Fealty Oath on me, because you can use this for, Con or Great Bow shenanigans. And having that extra mag size on a Con is actually, like, a pretty big deal. Because with the Cow Con, you want to get multiples of 5 for your mag size, because it cannot shoot unless you have that much. So, like, let's say you have 21 in a mag, you get down to 1 after 4 shots. If you don't have any to reload with, you still can't shoot, even if you have the ammo, unlike every other gun. Last rites for this as well, yeah. Yeah, alright, we'll keep this for sure. It's a cool gun. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. You're alright. Ascended Divergent. Alright. I still have a lot of souls. And hang on, the wheel's spitting out moon orbs too. I need to use them. Oh, wait, are the moon orbs from the wheel increased by the event as well? Does anyone know that? It's a decent first roll to get on that. Alright, we got the consec. Drink a shake at them. This event's been godsend. Like, this is such a good event, the Moon Orbs one. It's just quality. I'd love to have it stick around. I'm gonna save quit to clear the ground. On hold music. Hey Felicia, how you doing? How is your day? Should make it permanent. I would love for it to be permanent. There's a bunch of cool events they've done. Yeah, let's talk about the mini events in this game. They've been very, very consistently well received. Like, higher cosmetic price event, very well received. Increased crystals, very well received. Lower elite costs, well received. Decreased reroll costs and increased moon orbs. Like, The super extended run, the 29 room one. Like, they just do good week to 2 week long events in this game. I can't think of any that I actively dislike. There's a couple that I didn't personally care about, like More Money and Tangle Drift and Mount Craw. I'm like, oh, okay. But for the most part, their events have been great. The armor weighting one, which might not have been removed. We've got to test that more scientifically, I think. But Lazy did a little bit of digging into that, and it certainly seems like that weighting is still there. Like, I'll start looking at armors that drop, and we'll just look at the classes. Hey, Braun. How are you? Not sure there's a single event that I wouldn't want permanent, and think about it that way. It would defeat the purpose. But, like, what if we had them all? Okay, Clawbur, Stabo Grave, Spore Stabo, Stabo Claw, Claw Spell, sounds like something they do once they stop updating the game for good permanent mini events. Oh, that'd be like a huge thing. Just, hey, every mini event you guys like, they're all permanent now. Enjoy. Like, that'd be sick. Remember you saying inferior chuck damage with mag size working differently in Wonderlands? Might be wrong. If not, can I have an explanation? Short answer is that the effect on the companion chucks isn't quite what you'd expect. I don't want to provide inaccurate information, so if Sen is here, I'll kick the can down to Sen. Because they've done the testing, but that's something that it's weird. It's counterintuitive in a way. I don't fully understand myself. Which figures we're talking about? Just any. You don't have to go into Dagger Storms if you don't want to, but impact of mag size on the various chucks. I'm hoping it's simpler than I remember. Hey, Uncle Noble, how are you? Saw no evidence the armor is weighted, I'm afraid. Anecdotal evidence from trusted people has suggested that something like that's in place, but I don't know either way. I've been paying close attention. I'm gonna start keeping an eye out, though. Because you need a pretty large sample size to confirm or deny something like that. Do I have all the cosmetics yet? I might. How do you get to the DLC places? So I'm in Dreamvale Overlook, which is just a location you can walk into, right next to the Moolah Shrine in the overworld. And then the mirrors are right there, inside of the overlook. Just got out of bed, start my externship today. Let's go. Insert that voice line Marcus has about a new day and an opportunity. Insert that one. Okay, come on, game. You're gonna make me save quit again this early because I simply cannot see. Because they're all cosmetics. Oops, all cosmetics. Like, this is not... This is toxic. I'm being bullied by something or someone. I don't know who to blame. I don't know how to feel. but something is fucking with me. But fashion. That's fair. That's fair. I do like fashion. It's a new day, full of opportunity. Oh, yeah. I guess I had it right. Fashion's a true endgame. You blame me for cursing you with fashion? Alright, good wolf. I blame you, but I forgive you. Barbalode. It was trying. For cosmetic streak. Yeah. Hey TSG, how are you? We're just enjoying some wheel spinning. Trying to get an amulet upgrade for this gun build. Ugh, sneezes, allergies. There's another one coming. Playing BL3, this time on PC, and load times are much faster than consoles. Yeah, load times on PC are definitely of a different level. Ugh, they come in threes. Let's see, thank you. So, like, this has mag size. Haha. Upgrade. Upgrade. Hey, Choco Bear. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hola.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. 15 months means a lot. How you doing? Okay, so I didn't get the protagonizer I wanted, but like, with this mag size, I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. Let's go back to Le Chamber. Test this out against some boss runs. Looking for that juicy level 27 cut first launchpad. Too bad Xbox One X S stopped working, otherwise I'd just crossplay and get my low level cut burst there. Low level cut burst. Why? Just to stay in ammo during playthroughs would be my guess. Good, how are you? Allergies are kicking my butt right now. You know when you have a sneeze, like, right behind your nose, and you can't quite... I'm there right now. But other than that, in a general sense, I'm doing great. Doing great. Remember when a pack of cosmetics cost $2.99? How far we've come. Pigwort's such a troll. Doing a rocket launcher only modes again. She doesn't need it, but do rocket launcher only runs with everybody. You like torturing yourself for minimal gain. I don't mean with the use of rocket launcher, I mean going for a low-level cut purse, but best of luck. Remove cosmetics from the loot pool, put them in a vendor. Why? Cosmetics being regular drops is like a good thing, though. Money is one of the most valuable resources in this game, and they sell well. Also, DLC cosmetics are only from the wheel. And DLC cosmetics make up the vast majority of cosmetics in the game, so really there's not many in the normal loot pool. Also, they drop separately from the normal loot pool. So, like, they don't replace your regular drops. They're just additional. They don't take away from anything. It's like how ammo doesn't replace a gear drop. Same thing. They're just extra. Why would we take them away? I don't understand. I told you spent weeks farming for low-level rocket launchers, vending machines. Yeah, that's what I remember with the "you like to suffer" comment. That's what that's from. Didn't realize it didn't affect the loot pool. Yeah, it's a nice little quality of life thing. They even gave them a different loot beam in a post-launch update. Like, they have that yellow loot beam now, whereas they used to just be purple. So now you can easily identify from a distance if that's a cosmetic. So if you're not after cosmetics at all, you can just, like, completely ignore. Speaking of BL3, how come all of Lazy's builds cause physical harm to both the body and soul of the player? Because he's a sadist. This disappoints me for a large number of reasons. Let's go through them all. It's a Shark's Bane, which is cool, but it's not a gun Shark's Bane. Slightly less cool. I could deal with a melee Shark's Bane, but like, the passives are gun passives. And then you'd think that 88% damage to land shark enemies is cool, but no, that bit doesn't actually scale with Chaos Tier, so that's still just 50%. So like, I'm about to leave an Ascended Shark's Bane on the ground. Part variance, everybody. Part variance. Shotgun crit doesn't apply to Stab-O-Matic? Correct. Stab-O-Matic uses melee crit. Sniper mag size for Tooth Raider Executioner Blade. I guess. But the shotgun crit's still like... And then compared to the chaotic purples I run with melee crit chance and melee crit damage, meh. Loophole's just too big, needs rework, say for instance all the values and such. Some of me as casual can't get what they want in a timely fashion, not at all. It really depends on what you're going for. Like, what are you having trouble getting? If you could give an example. Should have made it the old Pro Lesson color so it's easy to tell apart from legendary beams. Also put the rest of the copium for those who want more characters. I think that would have been viewed as an insult from some people, Pinky. I think it'd be funny, but I think others would not have been happy. – Nothing now. I guess I just don't understand the problem. Like, you seem frustrated with something and I don't quite understand what. That's all. Like, is it just acquiring items in general? Because, yeah, I mean, part variants go burr if you ever want a specific version of an item. Hey, thank you for 1,000 bits, Good Wolf. But if you just want to get a copy of an item, like, for example, you want any old body rune, that's pretty easy to get. Any old Calcon, it's pretty easy to get. Any old Twin Soul, etc. When you're going for specific versions, that's where it gets difficult. But acquiring the base item itself is, easy, which should be enough for casual play. Vaguely remember you saying Spore wasn't one of your favorite classes. How you're liking this build? So this is one of the first builds that I made in this game, Soggy Briskets. I've just been updating it for C50 because I hadn't had a gun build prep for C50, so I didn't really know how gun builds played. And I like to be in the loop on those sort of things. I like playing non-gun builds and doing unconventional things. Spore Warden does very few things with its kit. One of the things it does is gun, so it's pretty narrow in what it's good at. But as someone who doesn't play gun builds too frequently, I'm still enjoying myself, and I'm able to use some guns that maybe get overlooked a little bit as well. So that's cool. That's been enjoyable. Like that kettle drum. Like, you make things work, kind of, find something synergies with the build you're working on. A lot of researching what plays well with each other and possibilities. And I think that's just something they went for with this game. Like, this game is more dungeon crawler. It's got more Diablo DNA than Borderlands games do. It's more about, hey, this is the end game. This is how it varies. Chaos Chamber being a randomizer. Now go in and grind your gear for your build. It just kind of, it's that. So I suppose that does make it a little bit polarizing. If you're, say, a Diablo 3 fan, then, like, that all translates very well to how this game feels. Which, vice versa. If you like this, you might find yourself liking Diablo. But that feel is, I suppose, a little less distinctly what you might be used to if you're comparing to something like Borderlands 2. But the part system of this game is literally just BL3's part system with one extra layer. That being Chaos Tears. To the point where, this kettle drum, for example, part for part, this is a stagecoach from BL3. It is exactly that. But the one extra thing is Chaos Tier. So, technically speaking, if I was to get a perfect variant of a times 25 stagecoach, or a times 25 kettle drum, excuse me, with ideal enchant and, ideal crit and mag size, all that, game to game, it would still be 100 times less likely for an Ascended, but that's only relevant to me because I'm at C50. But at each point in endgame, it is less likely to get a perfect version because part variance marches on. Counter any boss of this build you've struggled with at C50? No. I mean, I have a butter boom. It's a gun build and I have a butter boom, so no. Love D3, but yeah, I'm still in C25. Is there a particular area of the game you're finding your build struggling in that's making you feel at odds with the gear system? Like, is it bossing? That's a common stopgap for people. End up needing specific pieces of gear to get over that hill, and then they break into the fun stuff. Bossing's the problem. Yeah, so bosses in this game are they're more puzzles than Borderlands bosses, because they actually have health, and until they recently cut their damage, some of them can still kill you, but they require you to actually interact, and they actually have meaningful health values. So often you'll find yourself needing a dedicated bossing weapon. A couple that I recommend: the Butter Boom from DLC 2 is fantastic. There's also Torg Ludites, which are a non-unique. You have the Sword Explosion, which drops from LeChance, and also the Shotgun Bunny, of course. You have the Calcon is pretty good if you have enough sniper ammo to take advantage of it. What else is good for bosses? Body Rockers. It's a purple or blue Torg shotgun. I used a blue one all the way up to C20 for quite some time. Encapsulators. It's Torg ARs. All good bossing options. Mechanics in my video game? It's illegal. Thinking of making a shitpost build, the chef build. With all the items named after foods in the game, so I'm up to a decent build. What do you think? Well, DLC 2 is literally food themed, and from DLC 2, the Butter Boom and the Salt and Battery are like at or near the peak of their respective weapon classes. Salt and Battery being the peak of melee. Swing melee anyway. A Butter Boom being towards the peak of single target gun. So, like, yeah. You got Marshmallow Spell is amazing. Garlic Breath Spell is good. Bad Egg could be called a food item. Torque Stickies are just really, really good. Yeah. This Boilermaker's trying. It's times 12. It could be better. It could be a lot better. Hold out for a better one. With the blade? Yeah. Blade not really helpful here. But it did have one. For giggles, I'd love to see the Butter Boom work with Barbelo to match popcorn flying all over the map. At least it works with Play the Angles. And we're using that in this setup. Does ability damage increase the invisible action skill? No, ability damage does not interact with from the shadows at all. Stabomancer has no interactions with ability damage whatsoever. So if you are a Stabomancer, you just ability damage useless to that tree. Cheese curl spell. They have the model in the game, they can do it. Alright, what do we got here? Whole lot of meh. Disappointing. Make a legendary calamity spell that drops a cheese curl, I would die. So would the enemies.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Ludite is how I beat Vorkadar when I couldn't with the Pixies I switched to. I know, but I had to try. I forgive you. Keep forgetting I want to respec back. I was trying out a different skill tree with Bullseye and more Bounty of the Hunt and all that. That's a lot of noise. But I think I want the extra fire rate from the 3rd point Nimble Fingers, and I think I want Contagion. Because it feeds Echo quite a bit.
It's your funeral.
So I want my fake squeaky toy drumstick melee weapon. Blasted again? We were just here. AoE's a cheese dust cloud. Oh, well, that was a miss. I couldn't see. Sorry, you good, homie? I blew myself up there for the science.
Away, you little rock blossom.
You have 2 rings with the same top stat being gun damage stack? Yes. Rings do not care about each other's existence at all. I don't know why it's such a common worry that they don't stack, but yeah, as far as each other's concerned, the other one is just doing its own thing. They are fully independent. As long as you're enjoying it, I guess. Worry probably comes from enchants not stacking. That would make sense.
Cool your head.
Can't wait to bring people a new refreshing crustacean fact of the day. Maybe a crustacean does not have to die, theoretically, of course. Sora, are you out of your villain arc? Is this character development? Hell no. Understandable. It bugs me that those healing things don't heal the pet. Overflow or nasty spill. Guess I'll take overflow. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, me back. Stay hydrated. I don't want Sora needs help. Oh. Show popcorn pistol? Yeah, 1 second. Butterboom. It can roll times 1, times 2, or times 3. It's always non-elemental. This one happens to be primordial. I don't know how the parts on this one compare to others, but this is the first times 3 chaos tiered one I've ever gotten. What's causing that giant chunk of health loss when you're using Kettle Drum? Me shooting enemies? I don't understand. There are many who like it, but this one is his. Stickies? I'm not using stickies while I'm using the kettle drum, Pinky. The kettle drum's the shotgun. Butter moves a pistol. The fact that we can force a lobster to molt until it's the size of Cromerax begs the question, why haven't we forced a lobster to molt until it's the size of Cromerax? Because people saw the Jurassic Park movies and were like, we don't need to expand that. I think it was Echo. Oh, so you mean when I'm using my melee weapon? Because I'm doing that when I use stickies as well. You're really asking to use kettle drum, so yeah, that echo. Makes sense. Plate mail, not the right classes. Luckily bad passives, though. Seems UK Gov is prepping blackout days during the winter. Amazing. Lovely. Lovely. So are you guys just like the Texas of your continent now? Just like constantly backward ass shit and also your power grid's awful. I don't even know. Some solicitor just banged on my door like he was the cops. Imagine the confidence it takes to do that.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Like, I would not want to knock on anyone's door. My hands start shaking when I have to make a phone call. Talking to strangers? No. You know the trap that would get me if you put me in, like, a Saw movie? Fucking, like, calling my insurance company. No, just, I'll take the saw. Whatever hydraulic press you have descending towards my left eyeball, I don't care. I'll take it. I'm not fucking dialing the phone. So, taking that to an in-person level and knocking on people's doors, I could never. I don't need two eyes anyway. Exactly. Have fun reporting that. Is during the Shield and Health phase of Parasite, pretty sure it's happened on Melee, it's already been caused the whole thing. More importantly, who's the floor of the European continent? Good question. Ears, never heard of them. You don't need those. Miasmic Male with Ability, Area, and 3 in Blast Gasp. That's, like, interesting. Like, if I really wanted to pump up Blast Gasp. But, like, you know what else pumps up Blast Gasp? Spell damage. By making the spell hit harder. I guess it's cool enough, I'll take it. I don't know what I would do with that, though. What if I flew a plane with a banner that just said free perfect selection amnesia, just call this number? You'd probably get a bunch of calls from people who don't know that selective amnesia is an item in a game. And be like, no, I would just like the ability to forget things on demand. It's like, that'd be a pretty cool ability to have. Like, you could experience games and movies again for the first time. The next time you think about that awkward interaction you had several years ago, and you think of the perfect comeback in the shower at 2 AM after rehearsing the entire conversation, yeah, you could just forget that shit. Useful power. Ah, yes. Accuracy. Now, I know it's a little hard to see, but if you look very carefully, you can see my pinpoint targeting system here. It is very precise. I would like to hit something over there. It's oddly specific. Listen. Am I wrong? Slash reticle. You can fit so many drills in this baby. It's true. It's like a whole drill. That damage ain't bad. Why is it like that? Anarchy. Bigger than the minimap. It is. Sound of amp and kettle drum, what a wonderful sound. It is nice, isn't it? Hey Zen, thank you for the tier 3. Tier 3, holy. I think you are the only tier 3, in like a little bit. Thank you so much for the 2 months and the tier 3 support. For anyone not, you know, super well versed in Twitch.
The girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Tier 3 is equivalent to 5 subs of money. And I get a much better split of that sub. Tier 2 and Tier 3, the creators get better splits of it. So enjoy your 5 additional emotes for Tier 2, 5 additional emotes for Tier 3, and you get a super spicy little badge there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, then. satisfying. Welcome, you deserve it. I appreciate you. What did Mike ever do to you? He didn't leave much room for a better response. +2 Quiver of Holding. Wait, hang on, what was that? Okay, it looked for... Look at my ammo counter. Okay, 7, right? 7 on this. 21 here, down to 20. There is a short window of time where fealty oath bonuses will correctly apply to the other gun. Wonder how I can use that information. I think I posted my crustacean fact on the wrong time. I can go back and look at it. Sora. Hey, Cinnabozzy. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, quite when you swap off the right manufacturer, bonus goes away and your stored mag goes down. It's only going back up because ammo regen. But it's starting at 20, ticking up to 21, and then going back down to 20, as it's supposed to? Okay. I'm gonna redo that. COVID with the mom, she's fine, I have 102 temperature. Oh, shit. I hope it passes you by sooner rather than later. I hope it... I was gonna say stays mild, but becomes more mild sooner rather than later. Sorry to hear. Just a good crustacean fact of the day. Mantis shrimps are predators whose hunting style is divided into 2 unique styles, smashers and spearers. Smashers have hefty claws that can swing with speeds of 83 kilometers per hour or 51 miles per hour. They use that to hunt prey like crabs, snails, and oysters because they can crack the shell of these animals. Spearers prefer to hunt softer animals like fish, their pointy claws being used to impale and snag the fish to them. Nature is so fucking metal. Hey, Bro Gang, how you doing? Quagrius. I have yet to name a character that, now I want to. Why does this pistol shoot potatoes? It's shooting popcorn, actually. It's the Butter Boom. This is from DLC 2, where all of the items are food-themed. Shot it kind of like Stagecoach with random pellet counts. It's not random, it's exactly like a Stagecoach. It is literally part for part identical to a Stagecoach. So if you like the Stagecoach experience in BL3, you can just do it in this game too. Life is good, just finished a coding course, so I'm chilling. How about you? Ooh, good for you being all productive and shit. I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying this gun build. It's been a while since I've actually like put thought into a gun setup other than, I like this gun, let me just use it. So it's nice thinking about weighing my mag size and swapping for fealty oath and planning play the angles and actual activations and stuff. I'm having a better time in the setup than I thought it would. Never got a decent stagecoach 1,000 hours. Part variants be like, yeah. Same terrible grind. In some ways worse, in some ways better. So, like, in this game, we at least have the shotgun bunny, so you can just get shotguns much more easily. So, like, hitting this a bunch is gonna kick you out more kettle drums. That's the equivalent of the stagecoach. You're gonna get more kettle drums, but each of those kettle drums is less likely to be the version you want, because not only do you have to worry about pellet count, mag size is also a big part of the damage, but you also need to worry about chaos tier. So, like, if I wanted to upgrade this kettle drum to an ascended, I would have to get another times 25 kettle drum with these parts, and then roll the 0.99% chance, so just under 1% chance for it to be ascended, if I wanted an upgrade to this gun. This is like long term, I'm never fucking upgrading this thing. Game still doesn't sell in Russia, sadly. I'd like to play a lot. Sorry to hear. Hot is it? 74 degrees where you are, Good Wolf? Is that Fahrenheit? Because that sounds lovely. If it's not, seek shelter immediately. Yeah, it is a bit hotter here today. How hot is it here? Let me actually check. Yeah, it is currently 92 Fahrenheit here. Pretty fun to play after all DLC release. 100% sure of it. Yeah, it'll eventually be available, and you'll get a more refined version of the game when it is, because you know how these games go. They tweak things over time. Okay, let's do some melee stuff. I want to do the old Dreadwind setup. I also want to do some Barbara stuff. Maybe we play a little Barbara and switch to Dreadwind after, because I do want to re-roll my Dark Magic Banshee on this character. It's been teasing us with possible rain for a while, but no rain. Oof.
Are you prepared?
Yeah, I need moon orbs. Worst was negative 38 Fahrenheit. Thinking about it, I think the worst I've ever had to deal with was like negative 18-ish Fahrenheit. Of course this room would be Cyclops. I see negative 45, oof. Joined a Barbara gameplay. Welcome back, Viper. Had pipes freeze our water supply before. Never fun. Yeah, frozen pipes is the thing I've had to deal with as well. Friend in the middle country had minus 58. Ugh. Barber gaming. I probably should have saved from the shadows there, but whatever. Barber equals Barbaload. Sorry to ask here again. Barber is just what we call this build because it's funny, but yes, Barbaload is part of it. 2 action skills, everyone likes Zane now? No. I have an action skill and a spell. Nobody has 2 action skills in this game. Spell Shot can have 2 spells. But yeah. Spell and action skill. Rocket Launcher spawn with Phase Cast 250? Yes. I'm stuck. Hey, Atris, how you doing? Don't forget to drink some wet and have a banana. I don't have a banana, but I'll drink some wet. I'm personally not a fan of banana. It's okay, I'm still a fan of you. Final rooms feel a bit tense. Good to know, son. Used to be his baby, not anymore. Tastes do change. Understandable. On this nuclear backburner, got good cut burst artifact, radiation damage, class mod, splash, radiation bonus. My bombing setup for Amara. Use stopgap, mostly to get close melee opposer ammo. Cool. Morning, fan. How you doing? Miss the cut purse. It makes sense that we don't have it in this game, because could you imagine with how easy it is to deliver melee damage? Cut purse in this game would be ridiculous. Works, I don't like using Revolter all the time. There's lots of options other than Revolter and Stopgap. Manuel OP. Manuel is sick. Got Red Suit. Infernal Wish. Regular little triple amp shields. Good old god. Frozen Heart. Frozen Snowshoe. Stinger would trigger your cut burst. Yeah, let me... because we're playing Barbara, I can, do that. And install the DLCs because of the lack of hard drive space. Half the stuff I mentioned was base game. Of the things I just said, Frozen Heart, Frozen Snowshoe, Stinger, Red Suit, and One Shotter are all base game. Plague Bears is the best thing that ever happened with Borderlands. But like... Melee. Tango Foxtrot. Hey, T-Dog. After this, can you just go over enchants? Yeah. Weird way to spell Bloodstar Beast. Try to transform with shock backburner and work for some reason still take damage while everyone's in. If you apply any sort of dot or have any bonus elements that are not shock, then you die. Even the ASC 50 shock bonus element will go through the transformer and still hit you. It's simply not worth doing in the majority of scenarios. Never got one, killed Evil Lilith hundreds of times. Yeah, Bloodstar Beast be like... yeah, enchants for you, Viper. Consec. I'm currently using Desperate here, although if you're using Vampire, you could get away with running Vibing here. And then Spellcast Damage Dealt over here, which is redundant with the Amnesia. Just what I have. And on Weapon, Spellcast Melee is usually what I run.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Say you have a kitty? I have two. I have two. Let's see. They got out of my drawer. I think Kevin's under my bed right now. I see Jake over there. Jake is taking a nap by my fan. We're gonna get the fish grenade from the enemy that has the same name as the grenade. Fish slap drops from fish slap. The old roll and playthrough's going well. Ammo regen plus Metal Storm plus good Havoc combat rifle, so much fun. That sounds like it. What do you mean you don't have a good Bloodstar Beast? I thought you get all the good loot from world drops and there's no point to Teddy
I believe
farming.
there's a Kevin near you.
There's no pet available for me to pet. Unless, Jake, you wanna come over? He just woke up. He's blinking at me. Oh, you wanna go back to sleep? Alright. Yeah, there will be no pet petting at the moment. Executioner's Blade's away to melee far away. The questions are for BL3 stuff, Thermal. You imagine Executioner's Blade in that game? Ooh. No, it's not. That's fair. But like, what if we imagined anyway? Because, like, Executioner's Blade, body and mind. That sentence should be a crime. Access cartel event. Main menu option. Groundbreaker Executioner's Blade. Oh no. Executioner's Blade Spark Plug. If it counted as slide damage somehow, you imagine. Launchpad. He doesn't even know I'm here. Need slam effects in this game. We have the one, but I would love more. Play a lot with Banshee. I can't stop using Salt and Battery straight slaps. Banshee has a much higher base damage, which is relevant for Executioner's Blade and Dreadwind. And I tend to use those, so that is why I use Banshee more frequently. Plus, Banshee can reach Bark. Yeah, crit connoisseur moment. Love the distinction between melee swings and effects in this game. Yeah, they definitely were thoughtful with some of the effects, like, we can't have this one triggering remotely. A good step to take. Well, he flung me at the edge of the... He just threw me. I killed him so fast because melee is good. Melee builds do a lot of damage. And formulating strategies for applying lots of buffs to yourself and lots of debuffs to the enemy were really useful for bossing. I got this Twisted Delusion rocket launcher. I'm applying a bunch of crossbolts to debuff for my melee. I'm taking damage to trigger my selective amnesia. Making sure to trigger all my enchants. Apply dots. simply do good damage. And melee is some of the highest DPS in this game. Drill bathwater triggers amnesia? It does. That's impossible, like. Pragmatic, you did this to me. You did this to me. Luckily, this is Barbara, and Barbara does not give a fuck. I'm surprised those didn't hit me. Like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I saw a 2 mil melee hit there. That was cool. Ascended Championship Ring. Ability damage primary. Ability crit damage. Melee crit chance. SMG mag size. Dreadwind? Dreadwind. No, ability crit damage doesn't go on that. It's still interesting enough for me to pick it up. You remind me what the enchanted hilt monitor banshee is. Currently, Echo and Consec. I'm working on switching, because I'm losing a lot of damage by using a non-elemental banshee. Because I do have another ascended one that has an element. So I'm looking to change that. Three identical greatswords, just with different elements for this. Good policy. Oh yeah, something I was actually testing out was this great axe. If I got this in a more favorable element with a more favorable hilt mod, the swing DPS of this is actually really good. And the problem is you just lose so much base for the Executioner's Blade. But like, this is actually really good swing DPS. Discovered today, young viewers of Stranger Things are canceling Metallica for old pictures of the band. Huh. Kind of reminds me of, every few weeks, you see people finding out that Rage Against the Machine is political. It's amusing. It's like, wow, you just noticed that, huh? This Miasmic Mail's trying. I'll pick it up. Which melee manufacturer is the one without the lunge? Valora. You can tell because every Valora is a gigantic greatsword. So Valora has a wider swing radius instead of the lunge. Like, what machine have they been rated against for 20 freaking years? Yeah. Longer now, 30. Fuck. Age, time. pain. Suffering. Conservatives finding out Rage Against the Machine is political is my favorite genre of tweets to read. It's so funny. Metallica's been playing sold out shows before Strange. Do you guys know that this little known indie band, they covered that song from Stranger Things, and I think they're pretty big now. I think they're called Metallica. Stranger Things is gonna make those Metallica guys famous. It seems that way. I remember when Post Malone used Crazy Train and something, and people are saying Post is putting this Aussie guy in the map. Oh, that's... It sounds right. No. I'm head out later. Sounds good, Viper. You have a good one. You have a good one. We did get enough for a reroll from that. Nope. I'm gonna angry P real quick, cause Fyodor. BRB. I thought of this one in the bathroom. Peodor. Got him. Very saddened by the state of rock music. All the great bands finishing their careers. Very little left to carry the torch. State of music not good as far as rock concerned. I don't keep up enough to really know. But it does seem like there's fewer newer bands popping up of that genre, so that does imply eventually it'd dry out. I got booed twice for that one? What do you mean? For that bad joke, I hope our queen graces you with her presence. Counter boo? We have a command for that. Oh, hang on. I clicked the wrong thing. The 3-0s? Yeah, there we go. Fuck you, chat. Hot fixes that I see are on F. I know this doesn't update sometimes. Yeah, F. I don't know if that's the current version or not. I don't keep track of the numbers. But I should have hotfixes considering I have the event active, which is loaded via hotfix, so. Wish I had a hotfix applied sign like in 3. Yeah, that'd have been nice. The numbers, Quag. What do they mean? Nothing more Gemini Syndrome in this moment, and Slipknot's kind of all I listen to now. Don't have the energy to look for new people anymore. Yeah, I don't really look for new artists that often either. You're about the 2 guys who stole calendar, they each got 6 months. Jail. Jail. Boom from throwable hole is spell damage? Correct. Correct. Amp Echo. I keep getting these, but they're 1.79. I need them to be 1.94. So do I have a Queen's Cry on this save? If not, I should start keeping one. Doesn't appear that I do. Alright, I gotta change that. Oh, that was... The Banshee triggered a Barbaload. So, like, I hit... That's a good amalgam. I hit the boss. Barbaload triggered off of the Banshee projectile that spawned from that hit and hit someone else, and then went back to the boss. 3 Nimble Fingers. Area damage, move speed, melee crit chance, ability damage, spell damage. There's a lot of good stuff happening here. It's only chaotic. Awkward thing about it being Stabbo Spell Shot as well is that Stabbo Claw would be more useful class power for this kind of thing. Too good to leave on the ground, but... awkward. Trapped Hearts because it is free real estate. Excuse me. Ability damage for the polymorph on immune targets. Real Chad energy. Congrats on finding the rarest item in the game. That really has become a meme, hasn't it? Deserves to be memes. To be honest, Smash should be used for good, not hype. It's game journalism. They're not gonna do anything justice. Not worth getting invested in my opinion. Okay, hopefully we got enough Moon Orbs from that run, because I really want to get Consec on this Dark Magic one. If we don't get it from this, I might just transfer it over to the Dreadwind build so we can roll it while we play that one. Times of Wondercast on Thursday, they usually go at 2 PM Eastern, usually. Stop using math, right? Never. Consider they named the class after you. I expect your presence there. I'll be watching. I will be watching. Never lucky. I was hoping the melee bunny would forget who I am. And guess yet, I have no details on that. You watching with the chat off? I almost said something to that effect, fan. That's something that I could get behind a recommendation of. Okay, so Ascended Ring, spell damage, 59.3% melee crit chance. I almost don't care about this companion crit damage being here. That's so much melee crit chance. That's gotta be a double roll, right? Buy it. I gotta be better about checking these vendors, clearly. Spellblade ring? Yeah. Yeah. Give me consec. I need it. Alright, we'll transfer it over. I want to play some Dreadwind. $40 rolls. It's starting to be one of those. That's why this event is so good. I can really make some progress hating myself and the reroll system. No, the event's fantastic. And now is definitely the time to be doing this. I do have some orbs already. Hopium? Hey, let's go. Shit. I just switched builds. I just switched builds. Well, I guess we're switching back. Alright. Cool. Be Volter, Pixie Meister. Stop. Still have that level 13-inch chaotic gluttony? I sure do. Sure do. Look at that. So, same damage, slightly less crit damage, slightly more crit chance, but it being elemental is good. And warrior is very good. I've crimed. Jail. Dragon Lord. Enjoy your lurk, fan. Probably should have let him hit me, but oh well. I hate how he does this if you phase him there. Oh, accidental reload cancel. Almost eat you off the side. Almost. I'm not paying very close attention. They're making Nightbot sad with their awesome comedy. I really want to just see if anyone has made Nightbot able to carry a conversation with commands like that. Just like, what if some absolute mad lad just has so many Nightbot commands set up that it can almost pass for a person? And if no one's done it, fuck it, why not me? So tanky. Nightbot about to be sentient. Ability damage, ability crit chance, gun damage. A lot of ability related stuff today, huh? What if we made Nightbot quit? Time for me to just grind boss rush because I really want to send it Banshees refuse to save quit farm. Understandable. Save quit farming is in fact the doo-doo. What did the old man say right before he kicked the bucket? Hey, how far do you think I kicked this bucket? I think you've used that one. I think you used that one before, Good Wolf. Because I recognize it. First boss is Drill, and I get an Ascended Lich's Augur. Nice. I was without Crit Connoisseur. We phased him there. That's pretty fun. I eat map. Ha! Good one. Yeah, let's hit Pistol Bunny this time, so I get a Taser Queen's Cry, hopefully. What does Taser do for this build? It can trigger Executioner's Blade very, very easily. So I'd be able to place it down to have very fast triggers in an area. So like dropping into this fight, for example, as part of this pre-fight prep, I could I'd put some tasers on the ground right now. Suppose it could hit multiple enemies too, huh? Yeah, Executioner's Blade still has the rate limit of about 0.7 seconds, but it'd be triggering as physically close to the cap as it possibly can. Trying to Taser Queen's Cry for my poor man's version of this build. Swear I must have gotten 5 or 6 Zip Rocket ones first. Pain. It's a limit not per enemy? Correct, it is just for the skill. The skill can only trigger 0.7 seconds. Just not per enemy. If it was per enemy, then like, it would be one of the fastest mobbing things in the game. Ascended Gluttony. I guess I'd take that. 1200 damage, huh? That can go higher, right? No ×2? I prefer ×1, honestly. Can I get guaranteed raid boss at extended runs? That would be nice. That would be real nice. Oh, damn it, what do you mean? I'm just living my life, fan. I did nothing wrong. I just want a Queen's Cry with a taser. That's all I want. Streamer luck is wrong. Oh. Okay, my bad. What's on the agenda for variety stream this week? Haven't decided yet. I don't know. When is Spider-Man out? Checking the release date of that real quick. The 12th. That's in 3 days. Spider-Man. That's easy. Yeah, Spider-Man. Thanks for asking. Love that game. Me too. It is one of the reasons I ended up getting a PS4. So, it being remastered and put on PC. Mwah. This Ironside is actually a pretty good gun. The Ricochet is quite fun. Never played it, I'm excited about it. Really solid game. And from a narrative perspective, it's my humble opinion that it's the most solid and fresh Spider-Man story they've told in many years. Big fan of the storytelling. And the voice acting is just really good too. Remastered, is it only like 3 years old? Yeah, but that is a console generation behind, Jaybridge. And also, it is a PC port being remastered, whereas it was a PlayStation exclusive before, so. Story was phenomenal. Yeah, really enjoyed that quite a bit. Ooh, Trust and Magic. I think the only Spider-Man thing better than that game is Spectacular Spider-Man cartoon, just on Netflix if you're interested. I'll have to watch that. Not familiar. Not yet, anyway. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I don't know what put the dot on her, but
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
cool. Kevin. Oh, he said nope. Hey, K6, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, I can't stick around for much longer, but you guys will have a lovely 10 minutes with me. It's, I wish I didn't say that phrase so often. But welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff. We're currently doing melee. Yes, Torg, it is good for the glutes. There's a lot happening on screen, but basically, I have a large sword. I'm lighting things on fire, including myself, to swing sword harder. And it's one of the tankier builds that I have, where I can just wade into things and swing. Wasn't that Jack's nickname in high school? Probably. But I hope your stream went well. What'd you get up to? Oh, connection? We good? 10 minutes of the marathon. Introducing K6 to Barbara. Yeah, this build's affectionately known as Barbara. I hope stream was good. Daryl. Use suboptimal annoyance to beat Hemo? Ooh, that's always a fun flex. Like, annoyance have their problems, but it really is just not true that they're, like, the only thing that matters in a build. BL3 just has so many layers to how you can make your builds more powerful, and I really love that about that game. I don't know what that sound was. Ow. There's like a spot in the arena that does that. It's only in this room. Second fire dots? Not precisely. I'm using Inflammation. That's this flamethrower spell. Because it counts as a spell, even when it's ticking passively. I'm also shooting the Scalawag to apply melee crossbolts. So we're doing that so we have Stabomancer's Executioner Blade triggering while we are swinging our gigantic sword concurrently. In fact, there's something I didn't get with Ultimate One Life Build Your Challenge on Twitter. What's that, Zen? Yeah, the ring's trying. Not too hard, though. Anger the God of the Sea, some otherworldly noise should be expected. I suppose you're not wrong. Another cool thing about Inflammation in this build is the fire dots spread when an enemy affected by it dies in an explosion. It's basically just rad explosions. Now it doesn't have the cool sound effect, but it is still fun. At least visually impressive. Third rule about main story bosses, I mean, let's say I start with Amara once I killed Shiv, I start Flak, etc. Uh-huh. There we go. No drops. You even let her scream? I did not. This is a library. Rule says rotate character after each main story boss. The way I interpret that is, yeah, main story boss being a major point. I don't think Shiv is a major one, but it'd be like Gigamind, for example. I think would qualify as more major. You could also look around in a circle. Yeah, rotate your character. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Armor farming. Be like, on the lookout for good armors for the gun build I was playing earlier today. For any of you just joining us recently, if you guys are a fan of the stagecoach shotgun in BL3, the one that gets up to times 25, well, there's an equivalent of that in this game, and I've been building around it. It's quite enjoyable. Got that built to Chaos 50 today, and been gearing it out. Amnesia with area damage and gun damage is usually a good sign, but these skills are a little confused, and I wouldn't really use Amnesia on a Clawstalker anyway. It doesn't have the raw beef that like a Berserker does. Armor you looking for? Corrupted Plate Mail for my other character, or Selective Amnesia for this one. So like this is what I'm running currently. Selective Amnesia is great because it takes your movement speed when its effect is active, and it turns your movement speed into damage. Just 1-to-1, whatever your movement speed stat is, and that's why it's great, because it looks at the stat, not how fast you're going. You could be standing still, and a skeleton shoots you in the big toe, then for 3 seconds, all of your movement speed becomes damage. So that's really nice for melee when you're in harm's way. Tips for getting to C50? Make sure that your build has a bossing exit strategy, if you will. So if you're playing a gun build, you want to have a really good boss melting gun, such as a sword explosion or a Ludite or a butter boom. Those are good options. Another good bossing option, if you could hit a crit spot, is actually the Cowcon, which is currently in the vendor in the Chaos Chamber. So if you want to grab that, that's nice. Other strats, you want to make sure to dodge boss attacks. A lot of people have trouble with taking too much damage in boss fights, but know that almost every single source of damage in this game is avoidable. Movement speed is your best friend. So you can crouch, jump, strafe, or take cover to avoid almost every attack, including bosses. Don't be afraid to hang out at a lower chaos tier for a while if you can still grind efficiently there, because the way the gear system works in this is it's by brackets. So if you're anywhere between Chaos 35 and Chaos 49, the maximum gear you can get, that's my alarm to stop streaming, I'll snooze it for 10 minutes. The gear you can get is it's the same. So like, for example, Chaos 1, best gear you can get is Chaotic. Chaos 19, best gear you can get is Chaotic. So anywhere in that range, you can potentially get the same things. So it's okay to hang out at one where maybe the rate is a little bit lower, but you can clear a lot faster. That helps out a lot. Is Gloombringer good at endgame? Any class combo can be made viable at endgame. There are some that just kind of have inherent advantages, like I'm sure you hear about Deadshot and Frost Shiver a lot. Those are very popular combos because they're just very powerful. But yeah, you can make Gloombringer work for sure. Cat. Jake, what are you doing? You good? Okay, he's on lap now. Ow, that's tender bits. That hurts. I have time for one more run. Just one more. Alarm went off. What are you doing, Jake? Got 5 peg legs. Yeah, currently Lachance is the featured boss. So he just has an increase. He'll just vomit out a pool of his pool. So Lachance drops the Sword Explosion, the Cannonballer, and the Peg Leg. Tanky enough to take hands off keyboard, deal with Cat, and not go down. I've been getting a lot of Death Rattler today. Much love. Same to you, Foster. Got advice for level 4 last mirror boss. So much going on the last stage. Can't evade it all and die. Wear a sacrificial skeep amulet if you have one. So every 30 seconds, if you dip below 50% HP, it'll spawn a skeep. And that skeep for 10 seconds will go around basically spamming AoE heals that heal you to full. And also, if you happen to go down and there's no enemies around, you can kill the skeep to get up. It really helps if the only targets to save yourself are out of range. How's it work with Deathless? With Deathless, you are always below 50%, so anytime your health changes, Skeep will spawn. So with Deathless, it actually will only spawn if you go down. So that's it's really nice for Deathless setups. I don't even know what the boss was. There we go. Skip to immune phase because of damage. I saw the worst review on Metacritic, called it yet another Borderlands 2, saying it's just $60 DLC. Ugh. I don't think anyone who's actually played either of those games would agree with that. Even if you compare it to Dragon Keep, Wonderland's vastly superior. Even without the question of superiority, it's simply just a different beast. It is incomparable, I would say. Morning, soccer chick. How you doing? Wait, it's not morning. It's 2 p.m. What do you mean? What do you mean? But how are you? Good to see you. Trick mirror, that's a fun one. I do need a new trick mirror. 5 o'clock in the morning somewhere. $11 a.m. here, it's morning enough. That's valid. Not everyone can be in the correct time zone. So I was awake, then I fell back asleep. I'm doing well, excited for Black Collar. Me too. Hey, we got our taser. Sick. So when I said one more, I really did mean 2 more. Because we have the taser now. It's 12 a.m. here. Late night stream viewing for you. I can relate. That was me last night. Yeah, we'll roll in a chant onto this real quick and do one more. One more. Good enough. Five more minutes, Mom, which is enough for a boss rush. Yeah, the last one was just under 5. So this is why Taser is good. Executioner's Blades. Very quickly. Keep getting kicked out of servers because my build's OP. I doubt that's the reason. Keep 3 to 4 shotting people. Pretty sure that's not getting you kicked out of servers. And that you're leaving out information. Which is okay, I truly don't care, but like, you don't gotta lie to get people to talk to you. There we go. Chili one though. We'll keep that one for stray memes. Jail and cute kitty game. I do like how Stray was one of those things that people expected to be like Goat Simulator but cat, but it's just like a survival horror game. Stay back or nullify? Let's take stay back. Picture Pierre posted is so true. Yeah. Prezi cats. One of my new favorite metalcore bands released a new song today. I think I never heard someone have such a deep, throaty screaming. That's cool. New music is always a hype moment. Meh. Crit connoisseur. Game knows we're going fast. Love to see it. Poor Zomboss. Yeah, that'll do it. Classic end of stream degen chat. Classic end of stream degen chat, indeed. There we go. Okay, so made some good progress on the gun build today. Rolled the correct enchant finally on this Banshee. It only took like 45 or something. But yeah, it's gonna be it for stream today. I do have to run. I have something I need to do in a few minutes, and I'm cutting it very close. So let me find somewhere for us to go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Raiders from K6, good to meet all of you new friends, and good to see all of you old friends again. Let me find somewhere to redirect you guys to real quick. BZK is doing the Revolter farm over in BL3, and it looks like he just started his stream. So let's go over there. Those of you who have my emotes, go ahead and spam QuagChad and or QuagCaller. I really do have to run, so send good vibes from me. Follow BZK. Just a nice person. You'll enjoy the shitposty vibes. Yeah. I gotta go. You guys are great. Love you all. Bye bye.